I'm gonna call our May meeting to order at 6 o'clock. And if you guys can't tell, it's a little warm in here. So if you can start exhaling cool air instead of warm air, we would appreciate it. Yeah. With that, though, if you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, this time I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Seppi. He's going to cover us our education corner with some updates on the new high school.
Okay, so education corner, we've talked about this as a board. One of our biggest questions we receive is the new high school. And I know Mr. Cirillo went over, or Celeroli went over stuff the other day related to part of this. The funny thing about Celeroli, we are both Italian names, and so when he puts this stuff, Celeroli and Seppi, we've decided we should be part of a mafia or something like that. I'm going to try and go over more of like the timeline of where we are at, because this is where we're getting more questions. Timeline and actually what we can theoretically get in this facility. All right, so timeline is going to be dependent upon the next phase that we're currently in. So the building, when we did the satellite, the plans were drawn for pretty much 95% of the entire full building. And then we just took a portion of this. Dan, jump in if I screw this up, please. I think I got it, but just in case I mess it up. However, since that time frame that those were done, the state has requested some changes be made to how buildings are built so that certain parts of the building are on exterior walls, like cafeterias, libraries, so that if in the future we need expansion, things like that, it's easier to do. Because of that, current plans are now going to have to be changed. They're working with the original architect to get that done. And if they can do it and show the state, now this is not the district deciding that we need to save a certain amount of money, this is the state deciding this. If they can show reasonable amount of savings and they can redo the plans, then we get to go a little bit faster because the original architect doesn't have to redo the entire building. However, if they cannot show a reasonable amount of savings, it will go back out to request for proposals to possibly get an entirely new architect who would likely start from scratch on all the drawings, which would significantly increase our time frame. If the current architectural firm is able to achieve this, we're looking at starting construction in about 8 to 18 months. If we go into a new architect, we're talking about 2.5 years before we could even start construction and go through the process. Because of that, it also changes how long this will take. We're looking at about 2.5 years worth of construction on this. So theoretically, realistically, anticipating 4 to 5 years for actual occupancy in a new high school. Timeline wise, facilities wise is another thing that we've been questioned on what we can actually get in this building. Again, a lot of this is dictated by the state. It is very interesting, and I did not know this before I became a board member, that the state actually determines how much space we are funded based on our student population. Because of that, they decide how much space our classrooms have, how much of that. And then we are given a total square footage, and then we get to decide somewhat of how we utilize those spaces. With that, we only get like a single gym, which doesn't have a whole lot of space because they don't necessarily care how good of a home crowd you get at your basketball games. They are there to provide a minimum standard. So we would then have to utilize building a larger space if we wanted that and partially help fund it through, we have rec boards and things like that that can help fund these things. One of the questions on facilities has been a pool. The state does not supply a pool. That has to be self-funded by the district. They do supply like a football stadium with a track and a turf field. They supply the basketball gym. They do very odd things like they don't supply tennis courts. They don't supply pools. And the big problem comes in with the pool. A pool comes with a massive price tag. about $40+ million. So with that money, there has been discussion, and please do not say that this is what we are doing, but there's been discussion that we may be better off to utilize some of our square footage as a field house so that we could have an indoor track facility so that it is our teams, football, soccer, softball teams, when we have inclement weather, which we do in this district quite frequently, we would have an indoor facility in order to utilize those spaces. That price tag comes in at a little bit more like $10 million, which would also generate a lot of money for the community as well when we're talking about bringing in track meets, things like that, that we do not have a facility currently in this side of the state. Ours closest ones are Casper, Gillette, and then going into places like Pocatello, Ogden, Salt Lake. So we would be the only ones that would have that, which would allow us to have a little bit more. It also comes with a better price tag. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't have both. However, funding is going to become the issue, and that is something that we are currently looking at that possibly has other options for it. We as a board and as a district, I think, want everything, and all of us do. We want all of it. Now, can we provide all of it? We don't know as a board yet. We are going to do everything we can. We have some time, but we are trying as a board and in meetings, trying to find ways to fund all of these things. I think that we have a good chance at getting most of what we want. And if you want to see something, speak up. And if there's ways of getting funding for that, I think we're all ears. I mean, we want as much. If we could put in a $40 million aquatic center, that would be great. However, our current aquatic center at the high school is also non-usable. The state now requires an 8-lane pool. We only have a 6-lane pool. So currently, to run our home meets, we team with Green River and run all of our home meets in Green River. So we can't even utilize our own facility. We could also look at places to do with the college as well, but attendance is a tough one because they don't have any stands. Let me see if there's anything else. Tennis courts, also one of the other ones that's coming up. We have a really, really nice weight room at the high school here. It really competes with a lot of major colleges areas. They have a very nice one. It is not likely to be the same facilities that we have now unless we can find other money for it, just because of the amount of space that it would take away from other areas of teaching for our students. The rec board also has money that will also go into some of this as well, but we also have to be careful. And this is what I want to really get across to people. I was completely unaware of this. So when the state gives us money for a building and they give us square footage, we can choose to use that square footage however we want. So when we built buildings like Eastside Elementary, Pilot Butte Elementary, times were really good, and we had taken money from like the rec board to build places like the gyms and that in those schools, and instead use that money to build classrooms larger, which in the time seems to have made sense. Let's make more space for our students. In the long run, it ended up kind of biting us in the butt. Because we built bigger buildings, the state says, thank you very much. You can now put more students in that building because you built bigger classrooms than we told you to build. So we have had complaints from certain schools that we are overcrowded. The state disagrees. Says, nope, you built bigger classrooms, you can take on more students, which in hindsight, I don't know that we looked at in previous boards and realized what was going to come, but that's where we are now. So in this new building, we are trying to be very judicious about that so that we don't end up in the same boat. That is hopefully what gets most of our questions from people that, and I know this doesn't cover it all. So if you ever have more questions, please submit them to Dr. Libby. He's more than happy to answer to you. Dan is also a great resource. I'm just acting as the intermediary. Dan in particular is a great resource. He will tell you all the sorts of things that I didn't know about, and he can give you some of that information. That's it for me.
Very well said. I might add in just 2 additional points. One is that where we can't accommodate things, like once we go through the decision-making process, if there's a certain auxiliary facility that we're not able to provide, we're working with the community to try to make partnerships to where those facilities would be. And another thing I might say is that we also have to take into account the student population that utilizes the various facilities. So when you're looking at a $40 million pool for 100 students versus a $10 million track for hundreds of students, there's that cost benefit analysis as well. So to Dr. Seppi's point, there's a lot of discussions that need to be had still. We, hopeful through various fundings and that we can figure it all out. But those are some other things to be aware of as well. With that, Dr. Libby, I'll turn it over to you for superintendent highlights.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. We'll start out with the overall student enrollment. We're at 4896, which is down 28 from last month. We're still holding steady at 198 in our pre-K program. Wanted to reach out and have a belated Educators Week and Secretary's Day from both the board and the superintendent. Thank you for all the work that you do. We have an April update. I'm going to see if I can get some photos on here, and I'm still trying to figure out a way to post this information so everyone can see it. The district administration participated in April with donkey basketball over at the junior high. We came in second. We tried our best in every aspect. Our MVP of the team was out of special education with Casey as our high score, but we did our best. I think the 8th grade ended up winning that event that day. Yep, donkey basketball. That was exceptional. I have an award here that I was going to let folks know about. Damian Stratton, Junior ROTC. Damian's not able to make it here tonight. He was awarded the Scottish Rights Award at the ROTC dinner that we held last weekend. It's presented for contributing the most to and encouraging and demonstrating Americanism by deed and conduct. Being the top 25 percentile demonstrated potential for outstanding leadership and exhausting qualities of dependability, good citizenship, and patriotism. The Junior ROTC is a new program for us this coming year. The previous year, we were not able to provide this award, but the Scottish Rights Award is kind of a big deal. Damian wasn't able to make it tonight, but I told him that I would make this announcement for him. Tuesday, Wednesday, we've got Eastside and Pilot that are up at the Teton Science School. It's a experimental learning opportunity for all students focused on stewardship, collaboration, accountability, innovation. I'm going to have a chance to go up tomorrow to be there for the beginning of, or the middle day of Eastside and the beginning of Pilot. So I'm really excited about that because everything they're doing at these experiential learning opportunities are the things that we're actually pushing here in the district for folks to make better connections with our kids. So I'm excited about that. Tonight on the board agenda, you are going to see the teachers negotiations agreement come through. I wanted to thank the teachers negotiation team for the cooperation and collaboration this year. We greatly appreciate the willingness for them to work together in the best interest of our students. And we had a fantastic fall, some winter meetings here, and I think we're moving in the right direction. So thank you for your graciousness in working with us and our patience as we work through that process. So it's much appreciated. I have some Farson highlights from the high school track team. They've had a great season up there, and they've got some state records and some PRs. Jeff Goodwin broke the discus record for the past weekend and threw 138 feet 5 inches, breaking the previous record from 1997 from 132 feet 2 inches by Rusty Christensen. So 6 feet. That's a throw. Rebecca Smith broke the girls 200 record with a time of 26.81, breaking the record from 2001 of 27.03. Oh, Megan, I can't say your last name. Sheznovar. Thank you. I do my best. In addition, the other week at Pinedale, Rebecca won the 200 triple jump and was second in the 100 meter. So she had quite a day. The boys 4x4 relay of Mason Bear, Cole Johnson, Jeff Goodwin, and Caleb Dubry broke the record with a time of 3 minutes in a time of 3 minutes 0.41 seconds, breaking the previous record from when I was in high school, 1987. 3 minutes, 47.5 seconds. And that was Sean Miller, Brent Miller, Corey Jerkin, and Vince Martinez. We had a young lady up in Farson, Miss Madison Cook, who I had the pleasure of spending an afternoon with down in Saratoga. She tested for an advanced belt in judo, and I was the high rank representative for the area down there. So I wanted to reach out and let her know that we appreciate the work that she does even inside and outside of school. So congratulations on that judo ranking. Well, here we go. Well, let's just add it and I'll stop reading it. We want to thank teachers and administrators who represented the district. Oh, at the RIDE statewide celebration of learning. That was up in Lander or Riverton. I was close. Same space. All right. I got the right portion of the state. They did a nice job and we're very much appreciative of all the work. And again, that goes along with what we're doing at the Teton School for that experiential learning. So super excited about this. This is my last one, and this one's a little bit unique. So every once in a while, my wife lets me out of the house and I get to go to Home Depot and spend my time walking around looking for some things. And we were over at Home Depot and we ran into a woman there who was working, and she had her arm in a sling, and we were buying some stuff from the gardening area, and I asked her what happened. And she had taken a fall and she had broken some of her ribs and she had messed up her shoulder pretty well. And then I said, well, but she goes, but I'm still here working. She goes, I love the fact that you're doing some yard work, but I'm so worried that I'm not going to be able to do yard work at home here for like the next 8-9 weeks. She goes, I'm too busted up. And I was like, well, what's your name? I was like, well, write it down on a piece of paper and a pencil. And she wrote her name down on a piece of paper and a pencil. And I wrote my number down on a piece of paper for her. I said, call this number on Monday morning and let me see if there's something I can do to help. So she called Monday morning and I spoke to her a little bit and got her address. And I reached out to some of the coaches and some of the athletes over at the high school. And Casey Copeland, our football coach, reached out almost immediately. And I connected Casey and some of his football players with this woman from Home Depot that was struggling with getting some chores done around the house, painting a fence, putting some gravel down, taking care of the yard. And Casey and 10 of his gentlemen went over on the weekend and assisted this woman at her home. And I just wanted to thank them, right? Not only them, but I mean, this speaks to the character of our students and our parents and our coaching staff. We recognized in a conversation just happened in Home Depot with someone that was hurt, had a short conversation and said, give me a call. Maybe there's something I can do to help. And knowing that we have students that do volunteer hours and it's just in general the right thing to do, that we had folks get together and reach out and come together and help this person in our community who's going to be incapacitated for a little bit. So I just wanted to publicly say thank you, not only to Coach and his kids, but this is just one of the events or the things that happens in this community that our students and our staff reach out and build this relationship. So I was just really excited to hear that he had reached out to this woman and was be able to assist and support. So thank you so much. That's all for my highlights.
Thank you, Dr. Libby. So next on the agenda is our book study. So the board, as you guys probably are aware, are reading The Anxious Generation. We covered chapters 5 through 10. I just have a couple of cliff notes for you guys. So they're talking about technology inducing 4 ill effects: social deprivation, sleep deprivation, attention fragmentation, and addiction. The one chapter was about social media affecting girls and the impact being more on girls than on boys, obviously around image. But then it talks about the effects of iPhones and having this technology in the hands has also had an ill effect on boys. I found one paragraph that I was really moved by that I'd like to share with you guys. And if you have a second, ponder on it and consider this the next time you jump on social media. It says, we are too quick to anger and too slow to forgive. Work on being slow to anger and quick to forgive. Social media trains us to do the opposite. It encourages us to make rapid public judgments with little concern for the humanity of those we criticize, no knowledge of the context in which they acted, and no awareness that we have often done the very thing for which we are publicly shaming them. I know we've been working really hard in our district for turning around some of the community and some of the conversations around the district, and I've seen a huge change in the last 6 months, year, and I really appreciate each and every one of you for that. But I mean, it goes on all the time, so just take a minute and think about that, and how you might be impacting other people. The other thing that I caught on to in this 5 through 10 was, it says intuition comes first, strategic reasoning second. That's kind of the think before you act type of phrase. So just another good point I pulled out of there. But with that, I'd like to turn it over to the rest of the board. Anything else you guys want to share that you learned from the book study?
I'll go first. I have a 13-year-old, so we started reading it together. So I actually recommend, if you have age-appropriate kids, because it was an eye-opener for her too. One of the things that we took away was, with social media, it's a social death that you're basically living in hell. Like, everything that they're comparing themselves to on social media is affecting them in every way. So if you have the kids at the appropriate age, I do recommend reading it with them. It is a huge eye-opener. So that's all I have.
Mr. Garner, go ahead.
So there was a story relayed in one of the chapters where a parent had a young daughter in the back seat on an iPad, and actually asked her parent to take it away from her because she couldn't stop looking at it. I find that maybe a little bit far-fetched, but not that she couldn't stop looking at it, that she asked for help. Impressive from a 6-year-old. But the point being, we know that technology companies have studied human behavior extensively, and there is a 4-step cyclic action that that can be engineered to drive addiction among young people. That's not really been a secret. What's kind of mind-blowing to me is that as a society, we know these things are happening, and we continue to allow them to happen due to societal pressures. I thought it was really interesting. Probably the most relevant part of these chapters for me was the discussion about addiction, and that, it does affect, social media and technology has affected boys and girls in different ways, but it has affected both of them, and different types of technology. The video gaming consoles have had a more pronounced effect on boys than social media. But either way, a technological addiction has become a real problem. And I today had the privilege of meeting with some parents of some young elementary school age students who were relaying almost verbatim frustrations to me, as I had just been reading about in the book, with their young students being absolutely addicted to their screen time, not just social media, but the apps and whatnot that they're accessing on the school district provided tablets. We've often said, well, it's the parent's responsibility to set boundaries and set limits within the household. And of course it is. But I have to wonder sometimes, especially after reading this book, if we're not exacerbating daily struggles in the home by some of the items that we're sending home with the kids. And it definitely, just speaking with these parents, it was a really constructive conversation. Not blame throwing or anything, but just an observation at how if a student has had an electronic device in their hands all day at school, and then all day on the bus on the way home from school, and we come through the door, that battle that they have to fight to get it away from them, not even a cell phone, but just the school issued tablet, to get it out of their hands at the end of the day, is creating for them just a battle that maybe we haven't even realized we're contributing to. And along with that note, one of the parents told me that her, I think, 3rd grader, in the entire year, as far as having that, last year had used her tablet twice for educational purposes at home, this year once due to a virtual day. And she's like, I just don't see the benefit to me even having it. And interestingly enough, I did some further digging. I think it actually might be in chapter 11, so I got a little bit ahead of you. But there was a reference to a UNESCO report from August of 2023. The quote that was in there was that evidence has shown really, although some areas, some marginalized areas really benefit from technology in the classrooms, being able to deliver content that they otherwise wouldn't have access to through, hard books and whatnot, that for the most part, there's little evidence. This is the quote from that August 2023 report. There's little evidence that digital technology enhances learning in the typical classroom. So I thought that was profound. So I dug into the report, and it's the Global Education Monitoring report, the GEM report, August 2023. And there's a ton of information in there, but what I thought was really interesting, their promotion is tech on our terms. So not calling for the elimination of technology in the classroom, but this statement was, it is essential to learn to live both with and without digital technology, to take what is needed from an abundance of information, but ignore what is not necessary, to let technology support but never supplant the human connection on which teaching and learning are based. I really like that idea that we sometimes get so caught up in the pursuit of higher technology that we forget about that real individual personal connection, which can teach us so much more than a computer ever will be able to. So with that, I'll wrap up my comments.
Mr. Sorensen?
Yeah, just real quick. I kind of had the thought that maybe another title for this book would be The Lonely Generation, because what struck me the most is dating back to the 80s when music was better. I did. It was great too. So girls on average said that 80% of girls said they had close friends. And 2019, 65% say they have close friends. Boys went from about 75% down to 60-ish%. And I think it lost tied to the digital age, where they're getting a lot of quantity of friends and interactions, but quality is dropping. So it's hard to make a really good friend by just texting back and forth or posting something. Friendships are made by being together with people. And so I thought that was a really interesting observation.
Dr. Seppi?
I looked at this a little bit more as just a whole piece of this. Those 4 categories that Chairman Wright had brought up, the sleeplessness, things like that, is what I was really concerned with. Because as a district, because I have kids of my own that I fight the technology stuff with, but as a district, we're constantly considering how do we increase our scores, how do we increase our student performance. And those 4 things are a direct contributor to some of our lack of outcomes. And I'm not blaming parents for this, trust me. I get it, we all have a portion of this, but we also have to realize that each of us has a hand in our overall outcomes for our students. Parents as a community, the school district as a whole. You're hearing trustees talk about how much we having these kids utilize it in school. And maybe all of us need to take a look at this in a big sense as to what are we actually benefiting this or not? Because if we're leading to sleeplessness and things like that, it ends up leading to more health risks and ends up leading down a very rough path for the rest of your life. And it's one of those things that we're creating a lifestyle at a very young age that is not sustainable in the long term. And we really need to consider altering. I'm done, so.
Sorry.
You're good.
Can you repeat that?
If you didn't hear it, it was profound, and if you did hear it, it was simple.
Ms. Schumacher's also on the phone. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, I mean, I would reiterate what has already been said in regards to everything. I find it very interesting, and I really appreciate Trustee Gardner's point about how we are sending these devices home with our own parents. and kids to have to deal with our school devices instead of just leaving them at school. And I understand the policy behind it. I know that I haven't been in favor of sending devices home, but I've supported the policy because I do understand why we do what we do. But I do think that that's something that we also need to take into consideration with what it is that we're looking at with our technology and cell phone policy and things of that nature that ultimately is driving our book study right now. With that being said, I also don't think that people truly do realize how technology and the addiction behind technology occurs and how it impacts the girls and the boys differently. And again, going back to like the bullying or the things that are happening at school that you never get a break from because it's just being recorded, or it's something that's just going around and around and around, where mental health is a huge thing that's impacted, and girls different than boys. Ultimately, I think in the chapters it did talk about how eventually boys too are impacted the same way, and that they eventually also end up with more of a platform on social media as well. But it just how it impacts a girl versus a boy, and ultimately we're all parents, teachers, staff, admin. I mean, I think everyone here ultimately wants what's best for our kids. And it's something that definitely needs to be taken into consideration when we're moving forward with how to handle technology within our district.
Thanks, Ms. Schumacher. So Mr. Gardner cheated, but Chapter 11 is now what can schools do? So that's where we're headed next. And as Ms. Schumacher alluded to, the whole point behind this is, what are we going to do next with technology and cell phone policies and so forth? So stay tuned. With that in mind, we'll go ahead and move on to trustee reports. I know a lot of you are standing and getting antsy. I totally get that, but let's move through this as quick as we can. I would be remiss if I didn't spend a minute with Teacher Appreciation Week. We had Principals Day, we had Secretary's Day, all these celebrations this last month. So just really quickly want to take the opportunity to express heartfelt gratitude to our teachers and our entire school staff. They play an important role in educating, supporting, and caring for our students. So I wanted to say this to our teachers: thank you for your tireless dedication, your patience, and the passion you bring into every lesson. You inspire curiosity, build confidence, and spark dreams that shape the future. To our teaching assistants and aides, thank you for your hands-on support, your quiet strength, and the way you lift up both students and teachers behind the scenes every single day. To our school counselors and social workers, thank you for being a safe place, for listening without judgment, and for helping our students navigate both academic and personal challenges with compassion. To our administrators, thank you for your leadership, structure, and support you provide to ensure our schools run smoothly and that learning stays at the heart of everything we do. To our custodians, cafeteria staff, and bus drivers, thank you for all the vital work you do, often before the day begins and long after it ends, to keep our environments clean, safe, nourished, and welcoming. Every one of you contributes to the success and well-being of our students in meaningful ways. It truly takes a team, and we are so lucky to have a team as dedicated, talented, and caring as you. This week and every week, we thank you, we appreciate you, and we honor the difference you make. With that, quickly move on. Dr. Seppi, Mr. Sorensen, and I got the chance to go around to some of our schools under construction today. It was really enlightening. Talked about the future of North Park, obviously, Desert View and Lowell. I personally, I'll be honest with you guys, I didn't even know we had some of our special education students utilizing Lowell. It was eye-opening to me, and a lot of really good things going on. Quick update on our communications sub-team. The district is meeting to finalize the job description for a full-time communications representative. So I think that will really help us going forward. We'll continue to talk about what gets shared where, but I know that communication has been something we've all wanted to improve. For the board, very quickly, WSBA posted a really cool legislative summary on their webpage that just shows what bills passed, what bills died. I mean, it's just a really nice, there's so many that it's hard to navigate. So they provided a really great resource. And some of them are kind of coming back to light. They call them the zombie bills, and certain representatives are fighting for them to come back. So we need to be aware of that. Also, surprise, the state has appealed the funding lawsuit. However, I did find out from WSBA that the district court has asked for the findings to be maintained during the appeal process, which means that the recalibration committee starts to meet, they have to maintain the finding that the district court found and make progress in that direction until or unless the above court finds something different. Or if they stay with the ruling, then they will continue that as well. But kind of interesting. So if you're, work in the education system or up here on the board, we really need to support that recalibration process and get the schools the funding that we need. Last but not least, from me, I want to let you know that their high school admin will be providing an update on the schedules for next year. I know that's been on a lot of people's minds, so if that's important to you, please stick around. With that, I'll open it up to the rest of the board members. Any updates you guys have? Dr. Seppi.
It's on this time. Okay, so all of us have multiple boards. I had a rec board meeting in which we went over some requests for funding, specifically some stuff for Stagecoach Elementary for some sensory playground equipment, and also discussions of some renovations to this trail system that is behind the cab and between there, trying to get it more usable. I mean, I know my family really likes it. They call it the nature trail. I'd like to see it a little less nature at times. So that's partly what they're looking for. So we don't have any tripping hazards as well. Foundation meeting met for trying to decide who was getting the scholarships for the seniors. I really appreciate everybody that did it. They said this is one of their better years. They had multiple candidates for all of them, which evidently doesn't happen some years. So thank you, everybody who got the word out for going with those ones. Facilities committee, we went over. Food insecurity subcommittee. So myself, Dr. Franks, and Angelica are on that. We met. We are also going to meet in the next week or two and try and bring all of the members of the district that have a portion of the food insecurities types of stuff together. So that's food service, that's the backpack programs, the pantry systems, things like that, because we had them take an accounting for us of what the district had available. And it was really kind of eye-opening how every school is just kind of scattered, where some really do really well and others don't. So what we're trying to do as a group is bring these resources together and hopefully find a way as a district to support these for all schools. So it doesn't matter which school you go to, you should have the same opportunity to the same benefits. So that was for the most part mine.
First of all, a couple of us got to go cook breakfast for the transportation department this month, and that was a lot of fun. Being on that committee, there are a couple of concerns that were brought up is retention. There's been an increase in the amount of drivers we've lost this year compared to other years. A couple ideas to kick around and some other things is our daycare hours don't fully match the bus drivers' schedules. And so some drivers can't take certain routes because of the daycare. They have to go get their kids. Pay frequency. District pays monthly. A lot of people, when they leave, want to go to a biweekly pay. That's easier on their family. And then obviously benefits is always a discussion. So some things to think about. But I have visual aids today. So for the engagement committee, we were talking last time about wanting to get phones out of our schools. Can I borrow your phone, Angelica?
Did you try the release?
Nope, I put her phone in there first. So we checked out an option called Yonder. And this is just an idea. This is what we're going to do. But this is a locking device. So kids lock their phones. How do you get your phone out of there? When they come into schools every day, their phones, their earbuds, and their watches, everything. And they lock them up for the day. And then at the end of the day, when they walk out of the school, they tap it on here.
Hopefully.
And their phones are unlocked. And so, and I have these for all the board, if you guys want to check them out. But we're just trying to look for new ideas, ways. We have policies, but they're not being followed. And this is one way that's worked in a lot of districts to help. If you can't access your phone, you're going to turn your brain onto something better. I think the best quote I saw was in the LA Times. They're doing this in LA, and a kid said, you know, my teacher's still boring, but I got nothing else to do, so I listen to him. And what do you know? I learned something. So the most important thing, obviously, is getting people's input on things like this. And so we just grabbed an idea. We're up for more ideas. We'd like to get other people's opinions, but we'd like to see the next school year start off 0 cell phones, and we find a real creative way or something to do it differently. Because if we do the same thing, if we do the same thing expecting different results, we'll fail again. So this is just one idea. So if you have thoughts or ideas, or if you want to try locking your phone in one of these, just let me know. We'll maybe get your phone out for you.
Does that go for the teachers as well?
No, teachers will have their phones because they're hopefully you can trust them, right? No. But yeah, anything you want to add to that, Matt?
Yeah, just one of the things I thought was interesting about this company was it's not just a matter of selling pouches to the districts and letting you go. It's a full support structure to include proven policy that's gone behind, that has worked elsewhere. In fact, they won't even work with a partner district basically unless there's a full commitment to the entire process. Along with that, they also bring out speakers that are willing to address students and faculty and parents and everything. So I'm not saying that I'm exactly sold on this yet, but I was really impressed with the company that it's an all-around solution and not just a quick Band-Aid idea. So definitely more to look into there. And while I'm talking, a couple other quick highlights I wanted to bring to light. I had the pleasure of attending the Farson FFA banquet. Some of their students were awarded for participation at state and county fairs, as well as some other agriculture-related projects. It's a fairly new program to the Farson community, and we've had some issues with consistent advisors, but I'm really excited for what the future holds. There's a really determined group of young people there that would really like to see this go on further. Recently, there's been a hire for a new advisor in that position. I'm optimistic that we can move forward and really see great things come from that. But it is always really exciting. I was a very passionate member of FFA as a student. It was certainly the highlight of my educational career. So I'm definitely always happy to see what they're accomplishing. Today did have a brief, unfortunately, but a little bit of time to swing by the Health Occupations Career Academy health fair they've got going on, teaching 5th and 6th grade students about various health-related items. Some of the presentations I saw related to stress, screen time, which is ironically what we're still, I mean, it seems like we've universally agreed that that's a problem. And when you're hearing it from the students, it makes it all that much more impactful. Exercise, nicotine, and other health-related ideas. So I'm going to be doing that again tomorrow. So if you guys have time, go see what's going on down there. And that's all I got.
Do you have anything you'd like to share?
Yes. So as far as what Mr. Sorensen was saying, I am a part of that as well. I also attended the presentation and I was pretty impressed with it. I like that it's a solution to some of the problems that we continue to hear. And that's my biggest thing is, if I'm going to complain about something and say we need to do something, I also want to come up with a solution. So I love that Mr. Sorensen had found this and was able to get a meeting and give us some examples of what we were looking at prior to doing anything. But the one thing I took from the meeting itself was the fact that they actually do intend and plan to share with us some of the statistics that other schools and districts have found when it came to being able to increase student achievement, what the impacts have been within the classroom with students and teachers and what everyone has been able to see based off of that. So I'm really looking forward to getting some of that information from them as well, which I do believe is forthcoming. But I do love the idea. And again, it is just one of many, I'm sure, that's out there, but it was great to see a solution come our way.
Thank you. And last but not least, I'd like to introduce Bethany Newport. She's from Black Butte High School. Bethany, as we go through our meeting, if there's anything you want to chime in on, please do. If there's anything we've talked about so far you want to comment on, feel free.
From what I've seen, especially from other teenagers, like around the United States and the districts who have used these specifically, one, obviously not enjoyable because they have to lock their phone up, but two, I found that there's a specific demographic of students who actually destroy these. And it's honestly a waste of money, in my opinion, because if they're just going to end up destroying them, then why buy these expensive things anyway? But that's my opinion.
And we appreciate that. In fact, I've met with the high school admin. We've talked about these. You are able to cut them with a pair of scissors. So if you really want your phone out, you can get it out. However, there are other technologies as well. So they've got the cell phone lockers,
Yeah.
right, that you can have in the classroom, with the idea being you turn it in when you walk in class. Obviously, certain percent of the population might not do that. So it's a trust and honor system. However, then if a teacher sees a phone in the middle of class, hey, please go put that in the locker. And so there's some more accountability there, kind of accomplishes the same thing. They're a little less destructible, but there's lots of options. And the whole point is that we'd like to find some sort of solution. So definitely points of discussion for sure.
Yeah, to that point, that's a good point made. What they said, and it makes a lot of sense to me, that about 80 to 85% of us don't like breaking rules. We want to follow rules. But the problem is you're in the middle of the class and everybody around you is on their phone and your professor's boring. You'll grab your phone if you can. So if we could put in these pouches, those 85% that want to obey rules, done. Then we can deal with the 15% that aren't. And then we can deal with those. There's rules and stuff put in place, and we can charge students for breaking them. A lot of things we can do to really enforce. Because if we really believe it's necessary, we've got to figure out a way to do it, whether it's this or something else.
And that's one of the things I like that they actually brought that up immediately. Of course, these are destructible. Of course, there are ways to usurp them, but that's why they won't partner with districts that aren't all in. And part of that is policy that surrounds disciplinary actions for doing such things. It's a tool. Like I said, I'm not entirely sold on any one particular thing, but the reality is we've got to create an expectation here where if you violate a sound policy, and if we adopt this and we say your phones are going in here, and if you destroy this, just know there will be disciplinary consequences. Unfortunately, we've got to a point in the district where in some cases it does seem like the inmates are running the asylum. And we've been trying to make strides to improve that. And it is going to take some time, but I would have that particular demographic understand that don't think that there won't be consequences when something comes down.
Is there anything else you'd like to share? Please go ahead.
So at Black Butte, we utilize a system where if the teacher sees it, there's first day warning, which usually works. But if it happens again, we have these little Tupperware totes that are actually really cheap. They work really well. But it goes in the tote and up to the office. So you have to wait till the end of the day to sign it out. And it works pretty well, I'd say.
Thank you.
Also, on the topic of the authority with the lunatics running the asylum thing, I do honestly think that after a certain amount of time, like closer to the end of the year, like closer to breaks, teachers and students both tend to like not want to care. Like they want to care, but they can't because their brains are already so tired going on the social media things and the bringing things home. Honestly, it feels really tiring for a lot of us. A few of my fellow students can agree, and a few of our teachers can definitely agree that we honestly feel like it's kind of like droning on, and we get a little bit nasty, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, fair enough. So I think one takeaway from all of this is obviously there's more than one solution. There's a lot of feedback that needs to be received. So it's been said before, but students, if you're listening to this, we welcome your feedback. Teachers, admin, I mean, whoever you might be in, whatever position you might be in, your feedback's valuable. And we're hoping that to come up with a solution that benefits the majority. And figure out the minority from there. But please provide your feedback. We appreciate it. Anything else? Okay, thank you so much for being here. With that, we'll move on to recognition. Ms. Bolton and Ms. Gunter.
If you guys could join me down here on the floor for recognition. Okay, Bethany Newport is our student representative from Black Butte High School. We would like to thank Bethany for joining the Board of Trustees this evening and sharing a fresh student perspective. Bethany's attendance sends a positive message to all of the student body to become involved in a respectful way. Our students are capable of great things. Civic engagement is one of those things. Thank you, Bethany. Jody, are you taking pictures? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you gotta get out there. The end of the school year is bittersweet as students and staff have given their all and are ready for a summer break, but it also is the time we honor our retirees from Sweetwater County School District Number 1. Tonight, recognitions include from Rock Springs High School, Darcy Bath, a PE teacher with 31 years. Wendy Biter, a PE and health teacher with 33 years. Debbie Petrie Bullock, a counselor with 33 years. Liz Sadeh, a social studies teacher with 21 years. I think our Rock Springs High School admin is up there. We're ready for a picture with Rock Springs High School staff members.
Can you get everybody? You want to have a movie set?
From Rock Springs Junior High, Hallie Riskus, an art teacher with 32 years.
I was able to give her her clock, but she wasn't able to stay after the reception.
Thanks, Anthony. From Stagecoach Elementary, Marlene Kramer, a Kinderboost teacher with 33 years. From the district, Lisa Plant, a consolidated grants manager with 28 years. Joanne Waddles, nutrition services with 22 years. Alice Montoya, nutrition services with 24 years. Yvonne Rockley, nutrition services with 5 years. Miss Gardner's going to come up for a picture. Next, we're going to recognize our young author winners, and not just from the district, but this is the state competition level winners. Pretty awesome. Dawson Froton with his title of My Trip to Heber, Utah. And if Haley Silback could also come up if she is here tonight. We're going to call all of them up and then get a picture at the very end. Carson Sligowski with the title of Holiday Poems, and his teacher is Miss Sarah Wright. Ray Pedri with the title of The Magic Skateboard, and teacher Rachel Ungren Allen. Bennett Pedri with the title of My Italian Adventure, and teacher Jasmine Garcia. Maya Aldenred with the title of The Events That You Didn't Know About World War I and World War II, teacher Miss Wilson. Braylee Bentley with the title of The Symphony, a collection of poems, and teacher Geneva Hilton. Araya Jackson with the title of Wings of Whispered Dreams, and teacher Sarah Hall. I knew I was going to mess up. Aria. And our last one is Autumn Madsen with the title of The Sustenance of Life, and teacher Jamie Hart. We can rearrange for a picture so that everybody can get in the picture. These are all of our state winners for young authors. Oh, sorry, before we take a picture, can I get also Kenna Wolf, who is the coordinator? That is very important to come up, please. And our judges, Samantha Warden and Cassie Lewis. Congratulations to our incredible Rock Springs High School Skills USA competitors. This past week, our Skills USA chapter traveled to Casper, Wyoming to compete in the Wyoming State Skills USA Conference, where they proudly represented represented Rock Springs High School in 9 out of 58 competitive events. We are thrilled to share the outstanding results of our talented students. Charlie Parentoni, second place in early childhood development. Regan Buss, third place in culinary arts, earned a $1,000 scholarship and a baking pan. Max Parker, third place in automotive service technology, received a Snap-on screwdriver. Shad Fraser, second place in welding sculpture, awarding a welding pack, gloves, and gear. Tim Graham, third place in manual, you say it lathe? Okay. And Mill received a Harbor and Freight gift card. Chad Fredericks, second place in manual lathe and mill, also earned a Harbor and Freight gift card. Hayden Bledsoe, Bryce Chatterley, and Steve Harmon, third place in community service, received Skills USA swag.
Baseball's important, so that works. Okay.
A huge thank you to all of the amazing Rock Springs High School staff who supported our students throughout this journey. Ryan Hollinger, Weston Cockley, Cody Parentoni, Angie Banks, Natalie Anderson, Manuel Boltz, Greg Buell, Heidi Rubich, and Amberly Beardsley. Your dedication, guidance, and encouragement made this experience possible, both in the classroom and at the competition. Our students not only brought home medals and prizes, but also gained hands-on experience, confidence, and career-ready skills that will last a lifetime. Thank you. Congratulations to Black Butte High School state art winners. Kyra Grube, Cedar Harper, Heather Olivia Lake, Siri Fernandez, and our awesome art teacher, Sophie Spicer.
It's okay. Thank you.
And last but not least, we're going to recognize indoor track. This year's state indoor track 4-H meet was as competitive as it has been in a lot of years. There were 11 state records broken or tied this year. There are 15 teams in the 4A division for indoor track. Those finishing in the top 12 are as follows. The 55-meter hurdles, Jonas Slater finished 3rd. Austin Pfeiffer finished 12th. In the boys 4x800 relay, finishing 10th was Owen Berry, Jake Swinson, Kenneth Noxinetti, and William Mays. In the girls 200-meter dash, finishing 12th was Bryn Biter. The boys 4x200 relay, finishing 11th was Dalton Morenzik, Caleb Padilla, Davion Miller, and Sergio Cinceneros. In the girls 4x400 relay, finishing 9th was Bryn Biter, Julia Clerk, Hayden Plant, and Talia Knutson. In the boys 4x400 relay, finishing 10th was Dalton Morenzik, Caleb Padilla, Brandon Swigert, and Mark Hamilton. In the boys high jump, finishing 6th was Jonas Slater. In the girls long jump was Bryn Biter, finishing 1st, a state champion. And in the boys pole vault was Trace Walker, finishing 12th. As a team, the boys finished 12th and the girls finished 11th. With only 11 seniors on this team, they took a lot of underclassmen this year who got the experience of a state meet for the first time and had a lot of those athletes run, throw, or jump personal bests in the meet. On the girls' side, there was 13 personal best marks achieved, and on the boys' side, there were 16. As this young group continues to grow and get stronger, we look for them for being competitive podium placers in the future. That concludes recognitions for the evening.
We'll go ahead and start roll call while everybody shuffles out. Angelica, roll call.
I'm here.
Mrs. Schumacher?
Present.
Oh. Mr. Franks? Mr. Gardner?
Here.
Mr. Seppi?
Here.
Mr. Sorensen?
Here.
Chair Wright?
Here. Okay, item 2B, if I can please have a motion to approve the agenda as presented, including addendums. It's been moved by Mrs. Wood. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by Mr. Sorensen. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll move on to item 3A, the preliminary budget. Fiona?
Hi, everybody. Let me get this adjusted a little. Okay. Oh, okay, great. Perfect. All right. I'm Fiona Berry. I'm the Assistant CFO, and I'm here to present the preliminary budget today. Just FYI, the preliminary budget is just general fund. So that includes the schools, school services, departments, salaries, benefits, health insurance, and fixed costs. So to determine the prelim budget, we meet with the schools and departments, and we get the opinions of outside institutions to get the most accurate figures. And to do that, we use historical cost, projection, judgment, or a combination of the three. Just so everybody's aware, this is the preliminary budget. These numbers could change, but they're our best estimate at this time. So diving into the numbers, Zach has the attachment for me. Thank you. Expenditures year over year, we're seeing a $1.1 million increase. The certified and classified step increase is combined with the insurance adjustments and is built into this. On revenue, which is listed on the second page under resources, we're seeing a year over year $3.3 million increase. This is primarily driven by the net effect of lower daily membership, ADMs, you'll hear it referred to. And this determines our funding that we receive from the state. Also built into this increase in revenue is increases within special education. Then going down to the foundation guarantee, we have a slight increase, but it moves in line with the increases in funding, which is what we would expect and is reasonable. We have a slight decrease in cash reserves, but year over year, the difference is not significant. Then the final page, page 3, is our cash flow. What you can take away from this is the key takeaway, really. We're at a net positive, and we're not expecting to have to seek financing in the next few years. So in summary, we're not expecting significant changes from what's being presented to you today, but we're still finalizing the numbers, of course, still finalizing negotiations, insurance. There could be changes to state funding. We'll present you with more solidified numbers in June, but this is our best guess right now. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Fiona.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Okay, we'll move on to 3B, update on Rock Springs High School schedule for Mr. Struck.
All right, good evening, Chair Wright, trustees, Superintendent Libby. All right, I'm here to talk about the ongoing schedule at the Rock Springs High School. Zach, I think you got a slide for me. All right, so we can go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, so those of you I'm sure are aware that the high school went on a full new schedule this past year called the Accelerated Block Schedule. This was something that's been in the works for probably about 2 years. And then it kind of all fell into place at the somewhere at the beginning of last year, and then was implemented this year. Throughout this process, we wanted to make sure that we surveyed the community, want to make sure we surveyed teachers, want to make sure we surveyed parents and students, and to make sure that we, could get all the feedback that we can. When dealing with the schedule, especially at a high school, it is probably one of the most, if not the most important aspect when regarding our school and academics and how we filter everything in, what courses we offer, when we offer them, how we offer them, and where they all fit, how many teachers we need, all of that, and even what rooms they go into. It's a big, giant puzzle and ever changing. We try to do the best we can, but it's very difficult when we get a request for even one thing in a schedule to be changed. It has a trickle down effect and can affect 5 different things or more down the road. So it's a very difficult thing to do, and we have a lot of eyes and a lot of things on it to make sure that we can get the best thing for our students as we possibly can. One of the things that we did, like I said, this year was we went ahead and gave out a survey to our stakeholders. And right here we have a graph that shows, how the question was, I can't read exactly, but it said something like, how do you like the survey? Or I'm sorry, how do you like the schedule this year? And as you can see, the highest numbers right there in the middle. And then there's some differing effects on each side. 10 being the highest, I like it the most, 1 being I don't like it at all. And so there's varying results across the board. And so that's kind of an aspect that, sometimes you expect in a schedule. Like, you can't make everyone happy, but what you can do is listen to their concerns if something isn't working and try to do the best we can. So that's what we tried to do this year. In that survey, we also looked at quite a few things. We asked some open-ended questions like, if we could change some things, if we could tweak some things, what could that be without changing an overall schedule? Like I said, something like a schedule is something that it's very time consuming. It's that puzzle that holds everything together, and something to just change on that massive of a scale 1 year or 2 years down the road is pretty impossible to do. So we want to gather feedback, do the best we can. So if there are changes, big changes to be made down the road, we can make those with the best feedback that we have. But we can make small tweaks, and that's what we've tried to do this coming year. Just a little like a word scramble. We put in all the different survey responses that we got, and the things that stood out the most. As you can see, students is right there. So the schedule needs to reflect our students and what our students are expecting. It says seeing teachers up there, the time in the schedule. They like having things every day, classes and things like that. So these are some really good positive things that we saw with the schedule this year. Some of the things that we looked at that we could adjust, some of the feedback that we got was there's too many transitions between the buildings. One of the issues that we have right now is that we do have a satellite campus and we do have a main campus, and we have to figure out how we utilize both. And so we use transportation throughout the school day and throughout the week so that we can transition kids back and forth between the building. There are only 11 classes at the satellite campus, so it really restricts how many classes and how many teachers and how many things we can do in that building. And so we have to really look at what the logistic part of that is. And with 11 classrooms, like I said, there's only so many things that you can do with that. So we have to have a transition back and forth. We don't have a wood shop over there. We don't have a ceramics room. Those quite aren't built yet. So we have to transition back to the main campus for those students that want to take those classes. And so, hold on, Zach. And so we looked at, well, how do we fix this transition? Because we do have students that transition right now every period. And so they're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We've had that ever since the satellite campus has been open. It just looked a little bit more normalized this year because we went to an everyday schedule instead of an alternating schedule. Some of the other things that we looked at was we heard that students want a longer lunch. It is not long enough. So I was like, okay, let's see what we can do there. Power hour, we heard that resounding from our teachers. We heard that from our students as well, that power hour is ineffective. So, okay, what do we do with that? We also heard from our community that math and to a lesser extent English, we want to see those all year because those are important. On the accelerated block, we want kids to have 2 core contents, and we try to pair those up as much as possible. But we want to make sure that we can, if you have math in one semester and not the next semester, how do we fix that so you can get math all year and you can keep those skills refined? And then, of course, with the new freshman academy that we have going on at the satellite school, how does that impact? We still have that logistical piece that we have to worry about with transportation, but how can we fix that so it doesn't impact our students and our teachers as it has this year? When looking at that, this is our new adjusted schedule for the next year. So we're still on the accelerated block. We're still sticking with that. Like I said, we need to go through and keep looking at our data and keep looking at our stakeholder feedback for that. And so what we did, and this is kind of a little bit confusing, but I'm going to walk people through it. For the sake of a lesser term, I'm going to use the term power hour because that's what most people are familiar with right now. So that blue highlighted area is our power hour time period that we have in the schedule right now. That period of time is currently at the end of the day. And so the way that it works is that if you have your period 1 class on Mondays, you would go to that power hour. On Tuesdays, your period 2, you go to that power hour. On Wednesdays, your period 3, go to that power. On Thursdays, your period 4, you go on the power hour. That is how it works right now. It rotates throughout the week. We found some issues with that, and a few of the issues are around our students who take college classes or our students who only need a few classes during the day. So if they, for example, had a period 1, and that's the only class they have, they take some college classes or other things, then that split their schedule, so they would have to come back at the end of the day for that power hour period. So how do we fix that? And then we have some other things in that blue period that just weren't working. And we heard that from our teachers, and we heard that from our students. And so we said, okay, what if we put it in the middle of the day and we block the week? So what if we create a schedule that is a bell schedule that is Monday and Tuesday, and a bell schedule that is Wednesday and Thursday, and we rotate that power hour throughout the day period. That way it doesn't affect transition time or create split schedules. So effectively what we're doing, we blocked a morning and we blocked an afternoon. This also helps with our freshman academy and transitions. The plan right now is to transition our freshman students at lunchtime. And so what would happen if we have all cores will be taught at the satellite campus. So math, English, science, social studies, and some special education classes will be taught there. And during those classes, if a student had those classes in the morning, they would need to transition in the afternoon for their elective classes at the main campus. Like I said, we don't have a woods program or ceramics or anything like that. So we need to transition back for our electives. And the best time to do that is at lunch. It doesn't impact class time that way. And it allows also for us to have all students, freshmen, eat at the satellite campus for lunch. So the way that it'll work is that one student will have all their cores in the morning. They will go down after their last one and eat lunch. After that, they will, they'll be eating lunch at the tables. And then what happens is that the main campus, they'll finish their electives if they're over there, and then they will immediately go get on a bus that time and head over to the satellite campus. And so that'll cause one transition during the day. During that period of time, during that transition, some students are eating, some students are transitioning. And when the other students arrive, they will go in, they will be able to get their lunch and start eating. The other ones will be able to transition on the bus and head to the main campus. So that really affects a lot of things. Right now, during our transitions, our students can miss anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes of instruction time during their transitions just because of traffic and things like that. And so we release them a little bit early from their class, and sometimes they show up a little bit late to class. So effectively, that ends that transition period on teachers and on students, so they're able to get that full instructional time. It also, in our policies, freshmen are supposed to have a closed campus for lunch anyways. It's very hard for us to manage with 1,400 students at the high school right now, and making sure with all the exits and things like that, where we keep all our freshmen on the campus at any given time. So this really allows us to lock down lunch for freshmen, and it allows us to also create a safety and security at the main campus. We are very hopeful with the amount of kids that actually transition, upperclassmen that transition for lunch and they go off campus, that we were able to make our remaining students stay to either the cafeteria and or library overflow, which allows us, like I said, some safety and security where we're able to shut down the majority of the main campus building during our lunch period. So that really helps with that. The other big thing there was lunch, right? We want a longer lunch period. So we looked at our day and we said, that's a really hard one to do because we have so many instructional minutes that we have to give throughout the day. And our period's kind of set. We also know that we would like to try to get students out as early as possible. And we've already fixed that throughout the years where we have a release time at 3:55. There's nowhere near that we can kind of move that unless we start the day earlier. It's what we have to meet the minutes that are required by the state. But we did have an extra 5 minutes to play with, and that was with our second breakfast. One of the things that we've noticed with our second breakfast being 10 minutes is that's just too long of a period. And the majority of kids, if not all of them, can receive their food, go to the restroom, have some talk, do everything like that during the second breakfast. And so we decided to take 5 minutes off of that second breakfast, reduce it to a 5-minute time where they'll still be able to do all that, and add it to lunch. So we added 5 minutes to lunch by doing that. So hopefully that will help with the students who want to go off campus and need a little bit extra time to get what they need at lunchtime. So we were able to do that. The other thing was, how do we make sure students get math all year? Okay, and we don't like power hour. So what do we do with those two things? So we're going to take that power hour block period, that blue that rotates throughout the week, and we are going to have different classes that are assigned in there. different curriculum, grade book, all of that stuff that is tied to it. And so if a student doesn't have a math class during the semester that they're in, if they're not enrolled in a math class, they will be enrolled during that period of time in either a math applied skills class or a math foundations class, depending on what their level is. So they will be able to use those math skills and apply them. So we're actually going to create applied math skills and use those. On the verse side, if they don't have English in a semester, they will be taking a consumer English class or an English skills class, depending on what that is throughout the different quarters. We are also going to pair that up with, I'm bringing back college and career readiness. We also heard that that was something that we really need to do for our students to make sure they're prepared for their post-secondary education or careers, whatever they want to do. And so I'm bringing that back as well. And so we will have that within those periods and rotate them through. All right, and that is what I have. Do we have any questions?
I had a couple questions for you. So you had talked about making, if they don't have math or English, using that blue power hour time for that. What are we going to do with the kids that don't have either of those?
So that's a good question. So that did happen this year where some kids had 3 cores or 1 core or whatever. That was really related to a staffing issue. And so I was able to recoup the staff that I need to make that schedule work. And so we will have the classes paired up where they will take like math and social studies together will be the core, or English and science.
Okay. Along with the staffing, do we have enough staffing in the math and English departments to accommodate all the kids to take those things with a math or English teacher? Or is some of this the consumer science or the consumer math and English classes, are they going to be taught by non-math and English providers?
Yeah, that's a good question too. And so the math foundation class will be taught by math teachers. The English skills class will be taught by English teachers. The math applied skills will be taught by science teachers. And the English consumer class will be taught by social studies teachers.
Any other questions? Mr. Sorensen?
Yeah. So how long do we have to run through this before we decide if it's good for our kids? And will we quit it if we figure out it's not working?
I think those are ongoing discussions that we have. Right now, one of the big pieces of data that we're missing are YTOP and ACT scores. We have our preliminary raw data that we can look at and use for planning purposes, but beyond that, until it's unembargoed, we can't share that with the public. And I think we can listen to feedback, we can listen to comments, but like we saw in that first graph that I shared, more so than not, people are liking this schedule. And continuing to take that feedback and look at that on a time scale where we're looking at, I think if you put anything big into place, you're looking at least 3 years, if not more, and just so that you have the right data to do it. If we were to make a big schedule change, what I would do is to make sure that we have a committee, we have all stakeholders involved, people would be able to come to the table, and we'd be able to talk about what that looks like for our community. And I think that's the best way when you're doing any kind of big change, especially like a schedule, like I said, that's one of the probably the biggest piece that we have to deal with at the school, and making sure we have everyone's input involved in that before we make a decision going forward.
So Josh, or Mr. Sorensen, one thing I might add, since I had a meeting with high school admin, and I don't want to put Mrs. Downs-Lewis on the spot, but I do recall, us having some conversation around the schedule itself, not having any research that backs that the schedule impacts test scores and things like that, that it actually comes from the quality of education given during that schedule. And one of the things that we found this year was the lack of math in a semester, or if you had back-to-back, maybe it was a whole year. And so one of the things that they've done to address that is obviously made sure that those core subjects are being taught all year long by certified staff and those that have the expertise to teach it. But furthermore, the discussion around the power hour, some it was effective for and others not so much. And this kind of creates more accountability for the power hour classroom. But I think to that point, like obviously if a schedule change is needed, it's needed. However, I think it's what we do with the schedule that's most important. And I think these are two really good steps in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I just shared, I don't, it's not scientific, but I've yet to have a positive comment about this. And usually they're not solicited. And I really think that I think your first slide, kind of glossing over the ones and the huge amount of ones is a little bit disjustice to that, those people that are really unsatisfied. For a second, if I could talk about arts. How is the arts going as far as like band, choir? I have a big interest in that. My kids were big fans of that. I think it's lacking in our high school. Want to strengthen it. So how is it working with this schedule?
So far, it's working good. We had one kind of weird thing with our performing arts this year where we did share a choir teacher with the junior high. And so we were able to actually get enough staff to have a full-time choir teacher at both high school and the junior high, which kind of helps with the scheduling of that. Our students have been able to take choir and band all year as they needed, drama as well. And our performing arts teachers are doing fine with it. We were able to have enough kids ready to go for state marching band and our state music festival and things like that. And they excelled and they did well. If you go to, not everyone goes to state marching band. If you have an opportunity, I definitely recommend that. But go to our football games, you'll see how well our band does.
Yeah, they're great. Do we see an increase or decrease in enrollment in band?
Band is pretty much about the same. It's a little over about 100 kids, and that's pretty much every year.
Yeah.
It's
Thank
pretty
you.
consistent.
One other comment, Dr. Seppi, you had asked about like having enough math teachers to fill, and that is a continuous struggle. But one other comment I recall from our meeting is that our recruitment resources are changing, where we're recruiting from other places, reaching further out, and using different tools that we hope provide a solution to that as well. More focused on some of the schools and areas where they have higher concentration of math and science degrees and so forth. So, I mean, it's one of those things, oftentimes the people who get good enough in math to teach math have other opportunities. And so it's definitely a struggle to fill those positions but it takes the right person who wants to work with kids and has that. And I think finding those resources are where we might have been struggling in the past. So we're hopeful they're hopeful that turns around as well. Yeah, Dr. Seppi.
I've got one more follow-up on your math and English one.
Sure.
How are we accounting? So how are you dividing these kids into each classroom? Because you have kids specifically in math that are on wildly different paths on math. They could be in multiple levels of math and they're going to be in one room, or are you clustering them based on like their math class that they're in?
So it's actually kind of three things. So one, it would be the math class. If they're not taking math, it'd be the math class they're recommended to be in. And so depending on the level, so we work with our 8th grade math teachers as well as our high school math teachers to make sure that all our students are on the right level and taking the right track of math. Math is probably, it's like one of 5 things that kind of dictates where kids need to be placed in a schedule. So we're going to take a look at that. We're going to look at also testing data. We'll look at YTOP and kind of make a decision on there. We also look at formative assessments as we go through just the regular classroom and teacher recommendations.
So theoretically, we're going to try and group these kids in classes in a similar instance of math, whether they're pre-algebra, calculus, whatever.
Yes.
Is the idea, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What about English? Same thing?
English, same thing. We'll look more at YTOP scores and where they are and they fall along the lines. Yeah.
Okay. What about our kids that are in college math and things like that? Are they still going to be involved in this as well?
So that depends. And so some of our, especially our seniors and things like that, they might take all college classes. They might not be on campus at all. So it just kind of depends on if it fits in their schedule. Like I said, we've blocked the morning and we've blocked the afternoon. And so depending on if they have classes and where those fall, yeah. And that's one of the reasons why we stuck it in the middle of a period 1 and period 3. So it's sandwiched in between those. So they would have that as a flow through their day in the morning or afternoon.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Straka.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 4. Thank you guys for attending today's board meeting and for your ongoing engagement with the district. As we move into public comment portion, we kindly ask that each speaker limit their comments to 1 opportunity. If you have already submitted written comments, we kindly request that you refrain from addressing the board again on the same topic. All written comments will be posted in the written public comment section of the agenda for review by all attendees, including trustees. If you have a concern regarding a district employee, please know that in order to protect privacy and ensure due process, such matters will be addressed in a closed session. We encourage you to utilize the district's official complaint process, which can be found on the district website, along with the necessary forms. And if you are unable to finish your comments within the allotted 3 minutes, we invite you to submit the remainder in writing to the superintendent or board chair. These submissions will be shared with all board members after the meeting and will receive a response in the same manner as public comments. And with that in mind, we did not receive any written public comments. So we'll open the floor to in-person public comments.
Good evening, Board. My name is Cheryl Notman. I'm the SEA President, and I would like to confirm that our membership has ratified the negotiations vote. I would also like to echo Dr. Libby's sentiments about what a positive experience we all believed it was, and we look forward to more discussions like that in the future. The last thing I'd like to do is do a shout out for Stephanie Tolman and the tech department for their website that they've changed and how nice it looks. So there you go. Any questions? Okay,
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katie Davies, and I have 2 stepsons who currently attend Rock Springs High School. One of them will be a senior next year, and he has been heavily involved in the choir, band, and theater program at the high school. And I was a public school choir and music teacher for 13 years and have a particular interest in music in the schools. And I recently heard that the high school is perhaps considering not alternating electives this next year so that kids could potentially do both band or choir at the same time. I don't know based on the presentation if that is the case or not, but I'm going to operate under the assumption that electives will not be alternating and it will just have the block as was outlined in the presentation. From what I understand by that, it means that kids who wish to take choir for a full year will accrue 2 years of elective credit for choir over the course of 1 school year, which means if they want to be in choir all 4 years of high school, they will basically get 90 minutes of choir every day for those 4 years, and they will use up 8 years worth of elective credits just on choir alone. And choir is a class that students enjoy participating in all year long. However, with an accelerated block schedule, taking choir for a full year severely limits other elective options for students, which is especially unfortunate for kids hoping to enroll in a foreign language, which is a requirement for the Hathaway Scholarship, or kids hoping to concurrently enroll in choir and another elective like theater arts. And I know from personal experience that the backbone of a choral program is often kids who are enrolled in more than one performing arts class, because kids who are good at performing arts are often good at more than one. And high school is a time for kids to explore their talents, and the accelerated block schedule does not allow for many options if a student wants to be a participant in a music ensemble throughout the entire year. Additionally, for many students, the performing arts classes are their home, their safe space, where their friend group is, and the place where they flourish and shine. And having to sacrifice those classes because there simply isn't room in their schedule is a huge loss for them personally. And I also know from experience that having kids transfer in and out of a choral or band program throughout the year based on the quarter or the semester is detrimental to the program. As a choral or band ensemble, students build on skills over the course of the school year and grow in proficiency as an ensemble. When new students transfer in and experienced students transfer out halfway through the semester or year, the instructor has to start from scratch with a new ensemble, and progress is stunted. Additionally, students make huge progress musically over the course of all 4 years. And being able to stay enrolled without disruption is hugely beneficial to them. As an upperclassman, they get to be examples and mentors to younger students and have unique leadership opportunities. And if they want to do all-state choir, which is a huge opportunity, they have to be enrolled in a choir to audition, and they still have to be enrolled in that choir to participate. And I wondered if there's an option of maybe taking a block and splitting it into two 45-minute electives so that they can be enrolled in 2 electives in the semester instead of just 1. Because having a 90-minute every single day for choir, kids get fatigued, productivity goes down, and being able to have 2 electives during the space of 1 would give many more elective opportunities. So I would love that as a consideration. Thank you.
Ms. Davies, did I get your
Yes,
name correct?
yes.
Thank you. Would you mind submitting that? I mean, I know you were fast and
Sorry.
furious to get through that. No, so we can take some time to digest it and provide some clarification at the next
course.
meeting. Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Good evening, Dr. Libby and board members. I'm Laura McKee, and I'm a concerned community member who values the role our schools play in our children's lives. I'm here to discuss Wyoming HB 316, which is a school finance model recalibration that was passed in the 2025 general session. It's important for our district. HB 316 provides an external cost adjustment to the education resource block grant model effective for 25 to 26 school year. It mandates an 8.5% raise for the professional labor category for teachers, principals, and other educators. It also gives an 8.5% raise to the non-professional labor category, our aides, secretaries, custodial staff, and others who keep our schools running smoothly. These raises are designed to ensure our schools remain competitive and our staffs are fairly compensated in the rising cost. I deeply appreciate the hard work our teachers and staff put in every day to educate our students. But let's be clear, you, the school board, are the key holders on how every dollar of the block grant funding is spent. HB 316 provides the funds for these raises, but it's your decision to direct that money where it is intended. Has the board taken into consideration to honor the legislator's intent by ensuring these 8.5% raises are fully implemented for our teachers and staff? Tonight's agenda has item 7B, which is approval of salary schedules for 25 and 26 school year. It lists roles like accountants, certified administrators, custodial staff, but is this a complete list? Does it include the raises for the positions outlined in HB 316, like our teachers and non-professional staff? If not, when will these raises be addressed? Transparency here is critical to our community to trust that these funds are being used as intended. And I would just like to celebrate the legislators' hard work in fighting for our schools, securing these raises for our teachers and staff. Their efforts show a commitment to supporting education, and now it's up to you to carry that forward. Let's ensure their work makes a real difference by directing these funds properly. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McKee. I think that's why it's important that we keep our eye on the recalibration efforts for sure.
Can I add something real fast? So there's a lot of attachments. The first one's accountants, and then there's a lot of attachments.
Right.
So you might need to go through all of them, you'll find a lot of them there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Superintendent, board members, and district leadership. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kelsey Hibbs, and I have a 9-year-old daughter in the district. I speak as both a parent and an advocate for students' well-being and the legal responsibilities of the Sweetwater County School District Number 1. My concern is about how the district responds to student-on-student harassment and the serious emotional distress and harm it causes. Emotional suffering isn't always visible, which is why parent notification and collaboration is essential. It's not enough to check procedural boxes. We must consider the full picture of a child's well-being. After repeated distress caused by another student, my daughter developed anxiety and fear about her assigned classroom. Staff validated her feelings and acknowledged her perception as her reality, but support measures eventually broke down. When I proposed several compliant solutions, many went without response or consideration. The only option freely offered was a full school transfer. Meanwhile, her therapist confirmed she was mentally shut down in class due to stress, and her teacher reported an academic decline. This showed that what we already know, emotional safety directly affects learning. A safe learning environment is a civil right because education is a civil right. With no resolution in place, we had no choice but to keep her home, resulting in 9 consecutive absences. This wasn't defiance. It was the only way to protect her mental health while I continued advocating lawfully and respectfully. As we neared her 10th absence, I informed the principal and HR I would temporarily accompany her to class as the district had not still given her a new plan for her learning. That absence would have triggered unenrollment, loss of access to Project Aware services, and closure of an active complaint. I followed visitor policy, caused no disruption, and had no contact with the other student. Still, I was told I couldn't attend because I might affect another student's emotional safety. Meanwhile, my own child had been in documented distress at home for 9 days. This isn't just about process, it's about legal responsibility. Under Wyoming Statute 21-3-135, schools must notify parents when they suspect emotional distress. At least one teacher did notice my child's pattern of speaking up and did not report it. Under Section 504 in the ADA, students cannot be denied access to education because of psychological harm. At one point, my daughter read her school's mission to ensure a safe learning environment for all and told me, "That's not true. I told them I didn't feel safe and no one listened." For a 9-year-old to feel that says everything. Recently, our superintendent said, "We have a deep and abiding respect for parental rights while promoting an educational environment that is supportive to all students." I very much value that sentiment, but our experience shows that this is in fact not the case always, and there is still important work to be done. I respectfully urge the board to adopt a clear policy for immediate response and mental health consultation when students show distress, even outside of Title IX, which has very clear provisions of how to be taken care of, and to ensure follow-up. That is just not the best practice. It is a legal and ethical duty. Thank you for your time. I have brought a piece of artwork that my daughter drew during this whole ordeal. And to quote her, and she's given me permission to share this, she told me that this picture represents how her brain and her heart feels. And I just wanted to share it with you so you understood what we had to experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hibbs.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Smith. I'm a father and a stakeholder in the community. I am coming to you today after talking with HR, the principal, and superintendent. I'm here to formally express my concern over being denied the opportunity to observe and support my child in the classroom, particularly in light of concerns related to her emotional well-being and documented harassment. Under Wyoming law, specifically the Safe School Climate Act 21-4-314, school districts are required to involve parents in policies and practices that ensure a safe and supportive educational environment. I feel strongly that this was not followed. Also, the Parental Rights and Education Statute 14-2-206 affirms that my fundamental right to direct care, custody, and control of my child. My wife and I were denied reasonable parental involvement, particularly in a context where there are documented concerns about harassment and emotional distress, which represents an unnecessary and restrictive interference of our rights. Pursuant to Wyoming Statute 21-3-135, schools must not adopt policies that discourage communication between students and their parents, and must notify parents of any changes affecting a child's educational or emotional well-being. Denying my request to be present to observe and support my child not only limits my ability to advocate for her well-being, but also violates these statutory protections. Finally, Sweetwater County School District Number 1 has a policy of visitor and community entry, which encourages parents to visit their child's school as long as the visitor has no violations or safety concerns. With policy in hand, we were still denied access to observe my child after she had requested parental support while struggling mentally. I respectfully ask the district to uphold and fully implement its policies and respect Wyoming statutes to ensure that no parent is unjustly denied and right to support or making decisions concerning their child's education and emotional well-being. I would like to know what this district plans to do moving forward to ensure this doesn't occur in the future, and how they plan to rectify the actions that were put in place that made my child feel like she was being punished for speaking up. After following the district's plan with safety measures put in place, our daughter was still placed in uncomfortable harassment situations that caused additional and emotional distress, which then led to the decision of changing her routine and place of school. I strongly feel if the district would have followed its policies and handled the harassment more appropriately, along with allowing us as parents to provide our child with support in the classroom setting, the emotional distress she's suffering could have been minimalized. As parents, we not only have to help our child process sexual threats and harassments that were made to her at school by another fourth grade student, we also have to remind her and encourage her to continue to advocate for herself, even when she feels like the district didn't listen to her and was made to feel like she was overreacting.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Further public comment?
Good
evening. My name is Allie Moser, and I am the co-chair of the Rock Springs High School Parent Involvement Team. I'm here to give our monthly PIP meeting update. Last week, we met about the bell and class schedules for next year that Mr. Straka presented to us earlier. Although there will be a few changes, we're hoping that those changes will have a big impact. We're looking forward to YTOP and ACT scores becoming available. These scores are one of the biggest determining factors in the schedule that the high school uses. We are hopeful that the accelerated schedule has not had a negative impact on our students. With the academies moving back to the high school's main campus, there will be less movement between the high schools during the day, which should increase student safety. Students driving between schools will also be less of a concern with the satellite high school becoming the freshman campus. We were concerned about having enough teachers for all levels of core classes for the freshmen, but the administration has assured us that there will not be a problem. Over the summer, we will plan where and when our meetings will take place for the next school year. We appreciate everyone that has made an effort to attend our meetings this year and would like to encourage everyone in the community to attend our PIP meetings as we join together in helping make our high school a place that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moser. Further public comment?
Dr. Libby, Chairman Wright, and members of the board. I'm Marlene Kramer, as you know, retiree. I have had the pleasure of knowing and working with a former employee, Jennifer Palacios, and I want to speak about Jen a little bit since she wasn't able to be here for my retirement and she's no longer in the district. I feel she needs to be honored and people need to hear the significant impact she had during her 10 years in the district. I've known Jen for those 10 years and worked with her in different capacities. I've worked with her very closely these last 4 years as she's been my principal at Stagecoach. 4 years ago, Overland and Westridge closed, as many of you know, and many Westridge teachers were reassigned to Stagecoach. Jen did a superb job of melding the staffs together when many of those teachers were assigned to Stagecoach. She built a collaborative and caring culture, not just among staff, but among all the students. I felt compelled to speak tonight to let everyone know that in my 30-plus years in the district, Mrs. Palacios is the very best principal I have ever had the pleasure of working with, which is setting the bar very high, as we currently have and have had some excellent principals in the last 30-plus years. Mrs. Palacios is knowledgeable and strategic in her leadership. She continued to build on training for us each year I have been at Stagecoach. 4 years ago, we received training in person by the author of Secret Stories, which is a powerful and engaging way to enhance phonics instruction. The following year, we received Daily 5 training via Zoom sessions from the authors, a proven and research-based framework for solid literacy instruction. 2 years ago, we began training in beyond textbooks. We've had many opportunities to collaborate in our PLCs and we have received support from colleagues and Jen with implementation. Also 2 years ago, we received whole brain teaching training from the author via Zoom, a framework that allows students to continue to improve on academic and behavior goals. This current year, the staff has received a training in Kagan cooperative learning from 2 Kagan school trainers, another research-based framework that has been proven to increase engagement and achievement while decreasing discipline issues. Currently at Stagecoach, we have been excited to learn the Ron Clark Academy strategies from a school visit Jen did at the Ron Clark Academy in Georgia last fall. She has worked tirelessly to bring this professional development to our school. We are expected to implement all of this: Secret Stories, Daily 5, Beyond Textbooks, Whole Brain Teaching, Kagan Cooperative Learning, and Ron Clark Academy. And while none of these are programs or come with manuals for implementation, when all used together, they create a very engaging and effective education for our students. It may sound like a lot, but Jen didn't throw all of this at us at once. She was very strategic about her training and has been very supportive. She isn't someone who throws one thing out because something else comes along. She is that rare leader in education that is in classrooms every single day she is in the building. She has a strong background in kindergarten through 3rd grade education, and she provides consistent feedback to help each of the teachers grow and reach their full potential. Some of us are here from Stagecoach tonight, and some could not make it due to other obligations or joining us virtually. I don't believe I speak for myself when I say our school district has lost a very knowledgeable professional, a very talented leader, and a very caring person.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. We value your comments. Further public comments? Further public comment? Last chance, further public comment. Okay, with that, we will close public comment and we'll move forward to Dr. Libby. Do you have any response? We didn't have any public comments last month, so I guess not. Excellent. So with that in mind, we'll move on to item 5A. We do need to go into executive session just briefly. However, we will return with some additional board actions. So with that, if I can please have a motion to go into executive session. It's been moved by Mr. Gardner and second by Mrs. Wood. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we'll move into executive session. Hello? Perfect. Promise I'd be short. So if I can please get a motion to return to regular session? It's been moved by Mr. Sorensen, second by Mrs. Wood. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so we'll move on to item 6A, which is the approval of the 2025-2026 negotiated agreement, pending the recommendation of SEA, which we received. So if I can please have a motion to approve the 2025-2026 negotiated agreement pending the recommendation of the Sweetwater Education Association. It's been moved by Mr. Garner and second by Dr. Franks. With that, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 7A, approval of classified employees and administrator steps, off schedule, salary increases and salary payments. If I can please have a motion to approve the classified employees and administrator steps, off schedule, salary increases and salary payments. It's been moved by Mr. Sorensen. Thank you very much. Second by Dr. Franks. Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Wonderful. Item 7B, approval of salary schedules for 2025-2026 school year effective July 1, 2025. Again, if I may please have a motion to approve the salary schedules for the 2025-2026 school year effective July 1, 2025. It's been moved by Mr. Garner, second. Second by Mrs. Wood. Thank you very much. Any discussion on this one? Excellent. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Consent agenda items. As always, all the matters listed under the consent agenda are matters about which the board has governing policies, implementation of which is delegated to the superintendent. They will all be enacted in one motion in the order listed below. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the Board of Trustees votes on the motion unless members of the board request specific items be held and discussed separately and or removed from this section. So if I can please have a motion to approve the consent agenda as shown. It's been moved by Mr. Sorensen, second by Mrs. Wood. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Excellent. Okay, agenda item 9A is an addendum, approval of the Sweetwater County School District Number 1 Recreation Board recommendation to newly appoint Fiona Berry to a 4-year term effective immediately. If I can please have a motion to approve Sweetwater County School District Number 1 Rec Board recommendation to appoint Fiona Berry to a 4-year term effective immediately. It's been moved by Mr. Sorensen, second. Second by Mr. Gardner. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Wonderful. Item 10, approval of policy GD, support staff. If I can please have a motion to approve policy GD for support staff. Don't be afraid. Thank you. Getting moved by Mr. Sorensen. Any seconds? Second by Dr. Franks. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Motion passes. And the next one, approval of policy IICAB, transportation for student activities and out-of-town routes. If I can please have a motion to approve policy IICAB. It's been moved by Dr. Franks enthusiastically. If I can have a second.
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Mr. Gardner?
I just had a question for clarification, and I'm not sure that the person who could answer it's still here. But there's a section that specifies all buses will be properly equipped to drive under level 1 chain lock conditions. I'm assuming that's referring to the tires that we're putting on all of the buses, but
Yeah, he is replacing the, sorry, Chair, right?
no, thank
Please, Ms. Fulton.
He is replacing the tires, but just making sure if the tires aren't there, that every single bus has to have chains if they don't have the proper tires, just so that every bus is equipped for it, was kind of the feedback that we got from actually some of the transportation staff, so.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. So
Yep.
it'll be tires or chains, I guess,
Mhm.
but
Yes,
one way
sir.
or the other, the buses will all meet the requirement.
Yes, sir. And he, I believe, has quoted it out and is in the process of making sure all the buses have the tires.
Okay.
He's going to a new tire, so.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 11 is board information, policy JQ, No Child Left Behind Act of 2001, public school choice, public law. Item B, board information, obviously, policy JP, No Child Left Behind Act, policy DLD, expense and travel expenses, and policy GDG, support staff salary placement. Item 12 is our vacancy notice as of May 6, 2025. Dr. Libby, did you want to comment to that?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to let folks know that the vacancy list is rather extensive, but what hasn't happened is all of the hires that have gone through are still identified on the list. And then once they were approved at tonight's board meeting, all of those hires will be removed from the list for continuation to keep moving forward. So the list looks rather extensive right now, but we've had a significant number of hires over the last month that will drop off that list as we move forward.
Thank you. And item 12B is our May 2025 Head Start Governing Board and Policy Council monthly report, which is also attached. Any questions on that? Okay, with that, we'll move on to our second executive session. I will comment that we do not anticipate any action upon our return. So if I can please have a motion to go into executive session. It's been enthusiastically moved by Dr. Franks. Is there a second? Second by Mrs. Wood. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. We'll go into executive session. Are there any enthusiastic motions to return to general session?
Not half as enthusiastic, but move to return to regular session.
And I'll use my cracked lips to second it.
There's a motion by Mr. Garner, second by Mr. Franks. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Excellent. And then can we have a motion to adjourn our meeting?
More enthusiastic to adjourn the meeting. Second.
All those in favor? Motion approved, meeting closed at 10:15.
You're not proposed.